So if you remember, there is a warrant under the Health of Animals Act, and the CFIA has a warrant, and that warrant does specifically say that they're not allowed to operate, do anything related to the cull between the hours of 9 p.m. and 5:59 a.m. So this took place early in the morning during their non-operation hours. That doesn't mean they're off of the premises, however. The RCMP have been here. Obviously, some of them do go home. And when we were up in the helicopter, we did find their sort of command station, which is about 5 minutes down the road. So I imagine some go over there, maybe some even go back to the Vernon hotels. But there's officers here the entire time parked around. They were parked around the hay bales as well. And I don't know 100% if there are CFIA, whoever they hired, or CFIA officials themselves here, but I would imagine they don't necessarily all go home. But regardless, they are supposed to not work. So somehow, someone or something set fire to apparently the inner side of the hay bales. And of course, again, the farm is working very closely with authorities. They want to help figure out who this is just as much as the authorities do, because it put risk to the animals and of course to the property. And Sheila Gunn-Reid.
Morning, Drea.
Morning. Never a dull day here, is there?
No, I thought you were down here. I didn't mean to leave you there.
Mushroom at the
wrong.
It could be the wrong time, or it could be the right time, depending on how long we're out here. So
I just heard commotion.
Yeah.
Someone looking for you, obviously, as the journalist, and saying that the hay bales had been started on fire. Do you know any more than I know?
Yes, I did talk to Jeff, who's been working as sort of a mediator.
Can you maybe just shine the light? There you go. So
is that good?
See yeah,
can you
perfect.
See me like that? Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So I spoke with Jeff, who's on the inside of the house with authorities, and he was just basically had nothing to do with this. They don't know how it started. They are happy to work with authorities any way, shape, or form to try to solve what happened. And they're obviously not happy that there's fire being set on the property and near the animals, which at this time are usually just sort of sitting. They kind of crouch, they don't put their head down like some people think, and they just kind of sit and sleep. So it's been a very stressful time for the animals. There's been so much going on, and I'm sure they're wondering what the heck this is all about too.
Right. Mm-hmm. It's so crazy with so many cops around.
Mm-hmm.
That wasn't secure.
Yeah. What's going on there,
that
right?
Seems strange.
And do you think, I wasn't sure, but do you think CFIA officials are also staying here at night?
I doubt it.
You think
go? Government officials are staying here at night? I don't.
Yeah. But RCMP definitely has been surrounding, and they have been at the hay bales
all night long.
Yeah. So someone.
And there was also lights set up facing the road out this way. There was like one over here, and one over here at kind of the openings. So they had lights on stands facing this way when we came up this morning, and they have since come and taken those down.
Huh.
So I mean, it seems like they're
way through here.
I don't know if they were set up all night.
I way through the grass here, see if we can get a closer view. Now, the CFIA's warrant does allow them to have jurisdiction over this whole area here. And in case you missed anything that happened yesterday, Rebel News was up, and thanks to a great supporter, and we were able to see them start bringing the trucks over, and the trucks did have a different name on them than the company that claimed to have pulled out earlier. So I don't know if there, were a bunch of hay bale trucks and maybe we had only seen some of them, but they brought the hay bales over and they started to line up. If you see where my flashlight is going, this way in sort of a V-L shape, angled at the road. So it's going to be very difficult to see the actual cull. Rebel News has been, live streaming from the farm's cameras, I believe, throughout the day. We've been running around. So
And the night.
Yeah, the night. But, whether or not they have some ability, the RCMP or whoever, to jam that is a whole other story. So we're going to have our boots on the ground, Sheila, Gunreed, and myself. But anyways, the hay
I
bales.
can see a firefighter. I don't know
Yeah.
if you can see him.
Yeah, he's on the hay
He's
bales there.
He's standing on the hay.
Yeah. And so what they had done was what's called a box. So it's kind of a corner where I would imagine maybe they're going to throw the feed down. And I think the blue fencing that we saw just about down the road, I think they're going to make sort of a lane. And this is all guessing, but a lane, sort of almost like an arrow shape, and they'll kind of allow the ostriches to go down the lane of fencing towards the food, shut down the lane there, and then be elevated on top, unfortunately, to just go ahead and shoot down at the birds. At least that would be the guess based on what we now see. They also have parallel on the other side of the herd, on the other side of the pen where they've done this, they have just a shorter wall of hay that's not connected to anything. And at this point in time, the only thing I can imagine that is for is literally just to shield their vehicles away from spectators looking.
You see the light coming down?
There is I don't know if it's a firefighter or not, and it's too hard to see walking on the hay bales themselves, which means the hay bales are still
Intact.
intact, standing strong.
I see little lightning. There's lightning. You see?
No, that's
There's something.
yeah.
I feel like this is tasers.
They're tasing.
I want to share that supposedly the fire trucks had left the place 3 minutes ago. So maybe there's not even a fire truck there.
There's a fireman there.
Yeah, I think the fire's out, but there is
Somebody said the fire truck drove out through the
Okay.
lane.
that
The
way.
fire truck just drove by the bleachers towards the fire hall.
Okay,
There was 7.
so there's no fire
Still
truck.
a fire truck there. So see where it's just blinking 2 reds.
They said the fire truck has gone to the fire hall. I don't know if the fire hall is
In
right
Edgewood. Oh, maybe. Let me look
It's
on my
right
phone.
here.
So
We have to drive past it. The fire
Unfortunately,
station
the bulk
is
of the
right where the
ostriches
300
could be there,
on the
and
road.
the small one in the back could be the ones that are left, the 30 or 40 that are left in the field that we all see when we got it.
They're
We
not
just look
allowed
through
to kill them
binoculars.
during those hours.
Yeah, but they'll just do it and say, "Oh well."
We have to follow
There's too
one.
many people.
Yeah, there's too many people.
We just look through binoculars. The fire's on the inside.
Yeah,
It's
we
not
knew.
on the outside.
Oh, we knew that.
Yeah, but there's.
Also,
Can I
you
ask
could
you-
hear the
Is that okay?
Oh my god. This is so
I know, it's so early, right? Okay, let's try to go like this. Give me a sec. Now, you've been coming and going from the farms for quite some time, and
Yes.
here, I'll try not to go too close to your face. So what do you know?
All we know is just we got up around 4 this morning and could smell the smoke. And then came out, tried to take a look, and then found out from someone else that the hay bale that they had set up was on fire. And then so we're just kind of trying around on the main road there and see if we could see anything. And you can hear people yelling, but then you've got like RCMP coming to where the fire truck is, and they're going away, then they're coming. Like, it's just, what are they doing? Watching it smolder? Like, if the fire trucks are doing their thing, let them do their thing. That's their job. They know how to do it. And then we came up onto the highway, and from the highway we're looking through with binoculars, so you can see that the fire's on the inside. It's not on the outside whatsoever. And these guys have had 5 to 10 patrol cars
Yeah,
all over here, all around the bales.
yeah.
You can't even walk on Langell Road without somebody shining a spotlight in your face.
They're checking IDs now as
and
well.
they're checking IDs as you're coming in, like in and out. Just I don't know. It's not, draw your own conclusion, right? Like,
Someone who's been here at the farm for, months, not months continuously, What does it feel like to see this all be going down now?
Oh man, it's heartbreaking. Like, and I know there's people have heard lots of stuff about the farm, about the family, or what have you. These are birds. These are innocent animals. This is government overreach. They need to change their policy. They need to change out their stamping policy. You have a family of children or your own family, if you get sick, you put them in a bedroom, you take care of them. Rest of the family still is there. You don't take out your entire family to save the one. Or not, sorry. That came out totally wrong. It's very early.
Yes, we understand.
You don't kill your children to like save the entire family. You make them better, and then you get immunity from it. It's like chicken pox when we were children.
The chicken pox parties.
Right? Yeah.
What happened to everybody knowing how the immune system works?
I don't know. This is heartbreaking. I haven't been here in like in a few months actually, and just to come back when we heard this, I don't know. I don't want to see them get killed, but I'm glad we're here with kind of like all the people that were originally here. Everyone's here because of the birds. We love those ostriches. No one wants to see them die, but clearly CFIA does.
Yeah, they are committed. That is for sure. So what do you think, Sheila? Can we get down there? No.
I know.
Play ignorant?
Are you guys recording? Or?
Yeah.
Can we not sneak down there somehow?
I think we could drive. Sheila.
We can go down that other road if you want. Remember when we were able to get down?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, let's go for a little tour.
All right.
Which road are you guys taking?
There's a...
Oh yeah, they got that.
All right, Sheila and I are gonna... We're gonna see if we can play dumb. Let's see, there is a little side road there. It's hard to know exactly where the jurisdiction ends. But we were able to take you guys down that road yesterday without any issue. It just wasn't as good of a view. Oh my gosh, this grass is tall. It's like scratching my face. I think I should try to find the same path I came up. All right, there it is. Okay. Yeah, we had no issue going down the road on the side there before. It just wasn't as good of a view, so we ended up coming back. But who knows what we can see this time if we head out. Oh, jeez. As I don't fall on my face. We're still working on trying to find some way to be elevated for if it gets to an actual culling, because the whole point, of course, has always been to expose the government overreach and to not allow it to be in the dark. I mean, even if I'm just pointing a camera and close, because to be honest, I don't really want to see it. I've grown to be very fond of these birds. But still, the world does need to see what their tax dollars are being used for. And so I've been working on trying to find a way to be high enough to show you guys what happens in case they do jam the cameras. But for now, at our YouTube channel, it has been streaming thanks to our awesome producer, Efron Monsanto, who's 3 hours ahead of us.
Not only that, we have the Australian team babysitting the stream the night. So it's like a global effort.
Yes, that's awesome. So, all right, are we going to try to?
Yeah, let's try.
All right.
Jump in my Jeep.
The worst we can get told is turn around. Sheila's very happy to have found somewhere to have a good shower. I got one last night.
It's so
At
my
the-
pajamas.
Yeah.
I thought you were here.
Well, I don't know why they didn't call. It sounds like this is happening at 4 a.m.
I heard commotion at 4 a.m.
I did too. I went out, but I didn't see.
Why do I have it's like a crematorium in here. Why is it so warm?
Okay. Let's have a look here. All right, so there is a road. I don't know. Can I put a light on here too? No, I can't.
Turn down my display.
Okay. That's probably going to distract you while you're driving, so I am there. Here we go. We're going to try to get down the side road and see if we can have a... I should have brought gloves, that's for sure.
I might have some in here. Oh, they're farmer gloves.
Farmer gloves.
They won't keep your hands.
Or just-
No, like actual Carhartt.
So is it right? It's a neighbor's house.
Try to put your seatbelt on before you drive yourself crazy. This is it. Yes.
All the RCMP, and they're walking around going, huh? Somebody set a fire to the hay bales?
You know, they might clear that protest camp now.
That is very true. In fact, they said
Because
the protesters are against. There's no aggression. Actually, yesterday they specifically said and obviously the law needs to be kept. So,
I mean, keep the peace, and they've been doing that. The cops are not aggressive whatsoever.
mm-hmm.
They're letting anybody go in that they want. That, you know, if you want to go in, they let you in. They move the cones for you to get in.
Mm-hmm.
But I think this might change things now.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not to say that it was the protesters who did it. They've had some problems with people out here, that it's pretty clear that they can't keep the farm secure. That might change things. Where am I going?
Is that yeah, what does that say right there? That looks like
Private.
or it's
You
just
can.
right here.
Yeah.
Get out. Yeah, it's just like yesterday when we did this. It doesn't necessarily look like a better view, just a different view. Not a whole bunch you can see there. Be horrible, of course, if a fire got out of control in this area. We're talking wildfire for sure. I don't know why they use the word wildfire when it would not have been pretty. So it is good that Hull came quick enough. Let's see if never a day when covering Universal Farms. You missed it. Katie and Karen. Oh, I thought I could use the headlights as a light, but apparently not. Yeah, definitely not a better view, but worth a try.
Yeah.
I was saying, in case anybody missed, Karen were released. We're going to have an interview coming up with them. They said they did not go, to a station or anything like that. They were actually taken to the sort of command center setup that we did show you guys from the air. That's just about 5 minutes down the road towards the ferry that's over here. So they took the mother and daughter farmers and separated them, but so that they could still see each other, just made it so they could each other and, kind of just check their belongings. Katie will tell you they were reading her notes, and she's like, well, you guys want to see, like, food I buy or what? Here, let me put my...
It's very persistent about safety.
There we go. Well, I think for now, it looks like the fires are under control and they're working on it. So perhaps going and seeing what the farmers themselves know at this point makes the most sense. So I'm gonna end this for now, and then we'll see what other information we can get on what's going on here. So all of this is being compiled at saveostriches.com. So if you've missed anything, or if there's any other reports coming out, that's where you can go to watch that. I know that we put out yesterday a recap of everything that took place yesterday as well. I'm going to have another look here before we sign off. But so savetheostriches.com is the site. It's also the site with many other reports. Like if you want the background on what type of science the birds were involved in and all the weird things that happened with the farmers trying to get that science out. If you want the background on all of the legal cases, what was argued and what was ruled, all of that information is on that site as well. So it's a wealth of information on the battle for the birds at savetheostriches.com. And it's also where you can donate to help cover the costs that have been involved in, just bringing you and exposing this story.
6 o'clock.
Okay, yes. Oh, yes, it's 6 o'clock.
Look at, I just noticed all the cops are coming in. It's 6 o'clock.
Okay, so we're going to
things
keep
could be
rolling.
happening.
But yeah, they're coming and knowing what just happened. So we'll see how things escalate.
Yeah, I'm worried that they might clear out the camp.
Yeah,
today.
let's see how easily they let us in. I mean, we are press. They should let us in.
Yeah, I did bring in my ID. I'm still in my
I
pants.
have my little press ID on me, and I've been sleeping with my fanny pack on.
Yeah.
But they should, of course, let press in.
This little
I
cop,
think
this female cop was the one who's nice.
I should have my ID on me. Okay, let's see.
Okay, well, we have more cops here.
And as of last night, they did start
Checking us. Hi.
So I'd like to try and discuss a few of these things with them and you. And I guess basically at the end, it's just, you know, we shouldn't be being felt like we're the criminals. The farmers aren't the criminals. And this whole process, we're feeling like we're the criminals. And we just want protection. And we want protection from you guys.
Okay, so anything to do with the health and safety of the animals, that's going to have to be addressed with CFIA.
Sure. And then is it Courtney today that's in charge?
Yeah.
Okay, I would love Courtney Fotheringham as well present if I can when we speak to whoever is the chief of command today,
Okay.
please.
And then in regards to your other concerns about what's going on, that's the police jurisdiction, which is the cusp detachment. So that's going to have to be addressed to them.
So I guess my biggest concern with the police, the cusp detachment, is all of these items have been brought up to him over the last 6 months, and we've gotten nowhere except for a hate group that is still growing. And they've been threatening to burn us out, and now we have fires. This is not our supporters. We have a hate group that is actively threatening to burn us out. And now we have a fire. And that puts everything at risk. Everything we're trying to protect, the life we're trying to protect, it puts you guys at risk, it puts us at risk. So our supporters are definitely not trying to harm the animals. They would never do that. I really, really just want to make that clear that here we are sitting with a hate group that's been able to operate and exist, and it's growing. And we really want to see if there can be something done about this hate group that's threatening to burn us out.
Okay, so if I'm hearing you right, you want to have a meeting with whoever our top commander is for this operation, as well as CFIA.
Absolutely. Whoever's the top of CFIA making the decisions here today.
Okay, I will relay that up. And
Awesome.
I'll get back to you.
I really appreciate it. I really appreciate it.
May I have your name, officer, please? Because you said you're in charge.
As of last night, we've been taken on under the signatory Indian tribe for protection. And so I just want, if you guys can please, this needs to go to the higher ups. And the ostriches and our land is now under the protection of the signatory tribe, Indian tribe. And we met with them last night. So this is a cease and desist from the signatory Indian tribe.
I'll run this up.
Thank you.
All right, Katie, tell us a little bit more about what's in your hand there.
So we were able to meet with an amazing gentleman that sees the abuse that is happening here on private property, on land and animals that hold medicine for people. And he drafted us up a cease and desist order and offering that we are fully put under the protection of the signatory Indian tribe, and there is to be no harm brought to these animals, and there is to be and we are supposed to take it to the highest up, so the chief of commander and whoever's in charge of all these operations, and we will see where we go from here. But we are on the unceded territory of Sepwepink and Asilix tribal people, and I want to thank you. I want to thank you for somebody stepping up to do the right thing, save these animals that have medicine for humanity on a global scale, and all these animals that have become a beacon of hope with their heartbeats. And let's hope that we can change history today by coming together and uniting cultures and uniting ways of life.
Did someone from this tribe come here today or yesterday, and do you know how far they traveled?
They came 3 hours late last night, arriving at about midnight. We had to meet them off the farm. They are concerned about their own safety as well, just with so much police presence and what they're offering and what this means. And they were lovely, and so they had this ready for us to be able to serve and to deliver. And as you would know, and after yesterday's arrest, we've been praying for hope, for a miracle, and each day we're going to take every miracle we have until these animals are saved and the world can have a celebration that we did it.
And last question, you're not giving the land, but they're just helping sort of with this fight that's happening in land that they believe is unceded, correct?
Correct. We are just now under the protection.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, Treya.
Thanks, Kate.
Love you, Kate.
No. Oh, okay. No, these are not full. Okay, right.
Well, certainly a lot to unpack there on what just took place, beginning with the request from the farmers to speak to the upper of the operation of this whole RCMP operation. They're asking for them to be present here. A lot of things were listed, everything that was listed we've covered before at our special website called SaveTheOstriches.com, but I'll just kind of run you through some of those. I think one of the first things she said is that not one but 2 ostriches have been shot months apart here. Somebody has come out onto the property and execution style shot the ostriches while all of this has been going on. And there have been times when we have covered here as well how Katie is saying, you know, you guys are sending officers from all across British Columbia to come look at the peaceful supporters that have been here. How come you haven't figured out who's shooting our birds? How come you're not keeping us safe from that here? So they brought that up. She also brought up the fact that the RCMP drones that were here when they first descended on the farm were too low, and that was causing hysteria amongst the flock. And so much so, these birds go very fast. My husband told me I said the wrong time. I think I said, or the wrong speed. I think I said 70 miles per hour. So I think it's more like 45 miles per hour, 50 miles, but that is still extremely fast. They're up to 350 pounds. And a hen had run full speed into a fence when the RCMP's drones were too low, thinking that there's a predator above them, and harmed themselves. And a veterinarian has not been put FIPA. And basically what it is we have taken the UN's aspirational guideline for Indigenous rights, and we have adopted that as law here. And it's quite unprecedented. We were actually the first jurisdiction in the entire world to do it. I believe back in 2019, or I could be flipping my 9s with my 6s and it was 2016, but I think it was 2019. What I'm getting at here is British Columbia has taken this UN-inspired guideline and committed to making all of our laws conform to that aspirational framework. And within that, some of the examples are that you are supposed to consult First Nations with things that you're doing in the areas that they believe are there. So I'll give you just a quick backstory example of something I've covered on this, because there's many concerns about it, I should say. Okanagan Falls is a small community and in the Okanagan, and they just decided to incorporate. And with that incorporation, when they said, okay, that's what we're going to do, they were told, okay, well, the nearby First Nation, who has already been settled, no longer owns this land or anything, is saying, okay, well, if you're going to do it, we might change the name, we might change the street names. We don't like that the Crown land is located over here, and we want to be consulted anytime you do a development. And that is actually how British Columbia's law is. They have to consult with the First Nations when you are a small town and you incorporate. So there really is something potentially here, if the people that came here are legitimately representing a nation or something like that, there is something to be said about this whole operation taking place. Did the RCMP consult the local First Nations or nearby First Nations on how they're operating it? Will they appreciate drones flying low? Do they think that's humane? I would guess not, because we know that the Native culture is very respectful of animal life. And of course, when you respect animal life, you don't kill healthy animals. So very interesting play here we're seeing unfold on the farmers. Now, something else I saw as they were walking to the cops and I was getting set up for the live is that they were a little bit concerned that there seems to be less ostriches out. So I'm going to go ahead and show the pen. And I, you know, based on the times I've been here, it does seem like, I don't know, they just seem to be a little less than are out here. It's hard for me to tell, but that is what farmer Katie Pasitny said. So this is who we can see. But if you remember, on the other side, that's where the hay bales are going. That's where we saw them feed some of them yesterday. So they are concerned that perhaps there is no longer 395 ostriches here. And maybe right under our noses, much like the fire was potentially set under the RCMP noses, perhaps under our noses, there could have already been some birds culled. Now, I am not saying that is the case. This is all happening in real time. I have to investigate these things. I do know that the warrant is very specific. It's very black and white, and it does say after 9 p.m. you cannot operate towards the cull, the CFIA. Yeah. There are some people saying there was lots of movement happening back there after those hours. But again, this is just all what people are saying. So the farmers can't get in there to try to count their herd. All they can do is stand on the edge, just like their supporters on the outside looking in, and hope for a miracle. Every day they call it a miracle. So today they say it's Miracle Monday. And often they are right at this farm. And that's exactly what's happening. So I'm going to just see, the officers seem to take both of the things Katie asked seriously. Who's in charge of this operation? Get them here. Keep the supporters safe. And keep the farm safe, keep the birds safe, and also you've been served potentially by a tribe. Let's see. Look at the ostriches are looking to, they're so curious. Yeah, it was interesting. The officer in charge here today, I think he said his name was Atkins, but he wouldn't share his name with me. So I asked Katie what his name is, and then she got it. You know, things like that shouldn't be hidden from the public. This is obviously a huge matter of public interest. I have not had time to go online and watch what's being said about all this as I'm here bringing you in-person stuff. But what I'm hearing from everybody else is that, you know, the farmers are going to be on the remanded today. They're potentially going to be on Tucker Carlson. I won't even say some of the other things they're saying. I mean, this story is getting huge, and it's outside of the U.S. There are other countries talking about what the heck is Canada doing to these ostriches. I didn't even know Canada had ostriches. Now I know they're killing healthy ostriches. What the heck's going on over in that country? So it's interesting. I've come here for months now, on and off, and I've seen this slogan that they have, the world is watching. But to be honest, when they first had that slogan, the world wasn't watching. You know, there was people who had great interest in it, but now it's actually come true. That slogan has come true, and the world is actually watching. Now, of course, I've been doing some interviews with some of the supporters here, which you will see. We've had major connection issues. That's why we've mostly been just doing lives. That's what you've been seeing. But you know, after we'll probably have to put everything together so you can see even more. But one of the men that I was interviewing the other day, and he actually said this off camera, which is a thing. Everybody says like the best things when you end the interview, and then they say something beautiful. It's like, why didn't you say that? But he basically said, oh, look at this. Look at this one running over. Yeah.
You'll have to call that one Ricky.
We got two lines here now. Hey? So he said something I thought was actually pretty beautiful. You know what, Katie's over here getting interviewed, and I'm just gonna let you guys hear it, and then I'll blab after.
That everybody would think would be right to get arrested and try to charge us with, you know, absolutely bogus yeah, what would you call it? Sorry.
Crimes, charges?
Yeah, crimes, charges. I apologize. No, it's been a long day. So here we are. We got released yesterday. Came back to the farm. We have to stay on this side of the property. We're not allowed to be near the birds, which we weren't going to be allowed anyway if we left. And now our emergency stay order has been, is in with our leave of Supreme Court. That has been all filed. So if any of these animals actually start to die before we even are allowed our due process as a Canadian citizen through our legal channels, what does this say to all Canadians? That we, you know, where are our rights? Where are our property rights? Where's our rights for our animals? How do we not take into account the livelihoods and the lives that are going to be lost? The survivors. Today, if they start killing, we're killing the survivors. Every one of those animals out there, they've survived 35 years, 20 years, 12 years. There's Q-Tip, there's Frank, there's Lulu, there's Barney, there's Lorraine, there's Erica, there's Carrie, there's Sergeant Bilko, they all have names. And they are part of our family. They are not we're not a commercial poultry operation. We are not for food consumption.
That's what I was going to ask you. For people who don't understand, you know, people who think these are just birds, they, you know, why is this? Talk about that. I mean, you said you've raised these.
Yeah, they've been part of our family for 35 years. Us kids have grown up with them. We've watched them grow up. They've watched us grow up. And my mom's hands have touched them every day. They trust us. So to get removed and to have a bunch of strangers in there going to look at them like their life means nothing, and when they look to us for safety and we can't be there, it is the worst feeling in the world to watch your mom fall to her knees and cry and crumble and say, they're not your animals, they're mine. They are our animals. They're not the government's animals, they're our animals. We have deserved every opportunity to test these animals. Instead, we're paying millions of dollars for this big operation of helicopters
hundreds of police cars, LOA hotels. We're paying millions of dollars for drones and task force, and we're being treated like we are criminals. And this is, but yet we can't test one animal, not one animal on this farm that loses its life, that is living here 253 days healthy today. They're going to lose their life due to the Canadian inspection agency's flawed and failures in their system of their policy, broken policy. This is broken policy, and the unwillingness to work with Canadians is what's led us here.
Because you want to test them to show that they are not sick and to save them, essentially.
We want to test their health. Maybe we should test before we kill. Stamping out is not a one-size-fits-all solution, and it definitely doesn't fit here at Universal Ostrich Farms, and it hasn't fit for 9 months. All we've been asking is to test. We've had the collaboration offer of the United States with the FDA and the NIH to offer to pay for the testing themselves, because they see the rare opportunity here for humanity, what this could do on a global scale. And this is wrong. And then now internationally, the world is watching. The world knows what is happening here with our organization, the Canadian Food Inspection Agency. This is just life versus death. This is right from wrong. This is what we teach our kids from day one, right from wrong. And this is wrong. And I'm grateful for everybody around the world that is stepping up to see that change has to start to happen. We said we're ground zero for change, and we're not going to stop until it's made.
Do you know if the Supreme Court is going to take on this case?
I have no idea, but you know what? We have international interest, large international interest with the Trump administration, and I sure hope that the Supreme Court would see some value and have some respect for that. If another country can see what we have the potential for here, and they want to offer it to the world as opportunity, for their children, their grandchildren, a better way than the reliance on vaccinations only, to have a more therapeutic, sustainable way to treat viruses and disease in the future. But we're going to eradicate it. We'll destroy it before we discover it. We're dealing with, speculation over science. I keep saying that, and we're losing our rights.
Because you want to test because you want to see if they have antibodies that could protect others.
They have antibodies. This has been proven within our expert witness reports that they had not. We weren't allowed to submit into court. These expert witness reports should have never had to just go through the court process. The Canadian Food Inspection Agency should have been looking at these expert witness reports as actual material to see why these animals survived. How are they living with supposedly the biggest virulent threat of avian influenza in Canada? Maybe they should be held heroes, and maybe we should use them as an opportunity to discover a remedy, because how did they do it? If they did it, then we should explore that option. These animals, in my eyes, the minute they came out with that statement, became more valuable, because then that's how we should be looking at them and say, how are they living with the most virulent case of avian influenza? But again, we have RCMP that have breached all quarantine boundaries. They've been in their own clothes. They're traveling between here, Vernon. They're going into hotels, and they're at quarantine zones. We've had a hazmat suit worn by one of them in the quarantine zone, arresting us. And then he left the quarantine zone with it to where we were detained. And then we had to bring it up and go, "You're still in your hazmat suit." And then he quickly got out of it. But then at the time, they're still handling materials. So with his gloves on, then they're allowing me and my mom, that just came from the really infected area, to then get out of the car, be everywhere, and use their personal cell phones to call our lawyer with our hands. So you tell me how we have the most virulent strain, but yet we have no outbreak response.
Is there anything I didn't ask you that you wanted to say?
Thank you. Thank you to everybody that is here, the supporters, the support that keeps pouring in for our family from all across the world, that just knows, they see what we're fighting for. There's a better way. We need to protect our small farms across Canada due to broken policy. That Canadian Food Inspection Agency has a very important role in Canada, but it is broken, and we just need to help them repair it. And I think all of us as people, we all have a voice. We've been using our voice, and this is the court of public opinion right now, and we need to rise up, and we need to hopefully stop this before they're all dead.
Can you talk about the cease and desist?
Yeah, we did. I don't understand a lot of the Aboriginal laws and how, I know we've obviously been asking for a miracle. We had somebody come and from, oh goodness, I'm sorry, what was the?
Shishwemek and Selix? I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right.
Shishwemek and Selix, but we are under, so offered us protection under their Indian tribe. Writing us a notice of cease and desist that they were putting us under their tribe, and we are just supposed to give them the notices. They can meet with them if they want to, but they're nervous about meeting with this many RCMP as well, and just what's going on here. We're holding out again. That is just, we're looking for miracles every day. Oh, we wake up every morning and go, it's Miracle Monday. Today's Miracle Wednesday. So let's just keep praying for more miracles today.
Do you have any other questions yet? No. Thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Katie. No, it's okay. I'll get you after. All right, there you have it. Those were really good questions coming out of what I assume is mainstream media by the expensive tax-paid for camera behind me. But good questions. And it's been hit and miss according to the farmers about what type of coverage is coming out from the media. And, they've got the Global News camera guy who they're quite fond of, which is good to see because the story needs to get out. I was talking about a story because I do want to get this out. I just thought it was brilliant what one of their supporters said. He said that these ostriches, the saying about burying in your head in the sand, they represent how Canadians have been. They've had their heads in the sand about so many issues. You guys know what those issues are, I'm sure many of you. But yet look how they're walking around, they're having their heads up, they're looking all around, and the world is watching them. And everybody, this is a nonpartisan thing, everybody, the left, the right, can see, wait a second, these birds have been healthy for 9 months, and you're going to kill them? That doesn't make sense to anybody. So no matter what happens, he said, this is the issue that gets Canadians' heads out of the sand. And when he said that, I thought, oh my gosh, that is so brilliant. And it really shows how much is riding on here, because it makes absolutely no sense to defend a policy that would kill a healthy, happy flock that has the potential to have groundbreaking development when it comes to science and fighting against viruses that we have shut down our entire economy for. We breached every single charter right that Canadians thought they had in the name of COVID-19, and now they're going to slaughter the antibody research that could potentially actually do something like the vaccines never did. And so people are looking at this, even the people still wearing masks in their car are looking at this and going, well, wait a minute, if these birds can keep me safe from avian flu, why are we killing them? Not only that, it's exposing the flaw on the whole Canada First lie that we're hearing from the Carney government. Why isn't Mark Carney intervening? Why is the Trump administration saying, hey, don't do this? There's an opportunity here. I mean, the Americans know that there's great opportunity financially, economically here, and scientifically here. You don't think Mark Carney can figure that out? I thought he had this great resume. Where is he on this issue? Oh, that's right. His email is directing people to his own agriculture minister on this issue. It's exposing so much the fact that with these trade tensions, oh, bad Trump, this and that, they could simply start easing those trade tensions right here in Edgewood, British Columbia, on this rural farm with this healthy flock, partnering on the science where the NIH in the US and the FDA and the head of Medicare and the RFK Jr. health secretary are saying, we will even help pay for the research. You can bring the animals here. Someone's running, so I think he's just catching more scrumming here. We have many interviews with Katie, so I'll go behind and get some questions after, but we'll still see what she has to say. Oh. questions after, but we'll still see what she has to say. Oh.
We're farmers and we're just fighting for farmers, we're fighting for animals, we're fighting for the truth, we're fighting for what's right. And that's just, these animals all deserve to be tested before their lives are taken away, especially because they are family members. And what this represents to Canadians and people across the world. But today was a win and God won. We finished prayer and God won. We've been through it, and our family's been through so much in the last 9 months, but we couldn't have done it with all of you that continue to love and support us and show up when we need you. And we will make change. This is a moment in Canadian history. We can make change when we all come together and we believe in something so deeply for the better of mankind.
Have you told your mom?
Oh yeah. Everybody knows. Yeah.
That a girl.
Yeah.
Well done.
Love you.
His legal team is getting this delivered to them right now. And then his boss is going to have to call him, and he's going to have to say, pack up, guys, we're going home.
Jesus, what a waste.
That means you're going to the Supreme Court.
It's not a waste of money.
Potentially.
What? What's that? With them? So what happens now? In this, they know when we had the initial interaction. One of my first questions was, what happens if Katie gets the phone call and you're in the middle of this and we get to stay? So now their legal team, the CFIA legal team, gets notified of the stay order. They notify the bosses, and then they give them the go-ahead to pack up. So they're going to be here for a little while longer until that process happens. But as soon as that process happens, you'll slowly see these guys roll out of Dodge. Oh my God! They have no jurisdiction when there's a stay-in order. Wow, boys and girls. The second we finish the prayer.
How are you, Mom? How are you, Mom? How are you?
I am numb. I just don't know what to say. I'm so overjoyed. I couldn't be happier. I just want to run and hug my birds, but I can't.
There's the last of my voice.
I don't know. Are they going to arrest me now? I don't know. But I really want to go hug a bird.
It's been a while. This has taken a while. This day has taken some time.
Oh my God. It's the power of prayer. It's the power of prayer. We kept saying, so many people phone and crying, and we said, just pray with us. But that's where we're going to get through this, another miracle. Right now, in a prayer. God is good.
Well done.
Every win, right?
Oh my God. This one's amazing. This one's too close. That was too close.
It's done. God, is he here?
Oh my Lord.
Oh man.
Okay. Sorry.
We love you, man. You're so awesome. They can take their
Can I help you?
Ducky!
Katie, give Gary a hug.
Enemy meant for evil, and God just turned around, and He can do miracles on other days than Wednesdays. I just want to make
Every day.
I was doing
It's Miracle Wednesday.
We had a big prayer from Jeff. It was the most amazing thing you have ever heard. And I just quit my life.
Feels good?
Yes, thank you.
We'll get
Feels
there,
good?
Mikey. Let's
Let's
glorify this moment right
Way to
now.
go, Dougie.
Doesn't get any better than that. Thank you. And thank you. And thank you. That's journalism.
Just give me your time, bud.
This is journalism. Can I kiss you? That's real journalism right there. That's journalism. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
We always love that. You're part of this house.
Yeah, you got it. Dre has been doing the hard work. I just showed up to help.
Without you guys, there's nothing being done. The Rebel is amazing.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank God.
Okay. We were going to talk to you about that, man.
Watch this crazy guy.
Now these guys can go back to doing real crime fighting.
They can't touch them.
Hi, how are you?
254 days today, and it looks like they're going to get a few more on the board.
Today, really, as far as I know.
Everybody is absolutely jubilant here. So we don't know how long this stay will allow the birds to remain alive, but it will at least allow the ostrich's side to be heard. What does it feel like to just, after it was scary yesterday with the bales being brought in with the arrests, and then the fire this morning?
It was like, I'm in such a high right now. I have no words. This is what I was hoping for.
Yeah.
Every day I was hoping for this.
Yeah.
And we're here.
Yeah.
Just so happy.
I think it's pretty incredible that right at the time that we had a prayer, a group meditation prayer, and asked for our Savior to come with the support that we needed, and immediately was here for us. I think it's pretty powerful.
Yeah, I never felt once like there was a sense of hopelessness here. Not even once.
No.
That's
because of Katie. I think every single day, that woman is so strong.
Yeah.
She's so strong. She always gave us that hope. That's what I felt anyway.
Bring the hope and the strength.
Yeah.
For us all to come and live it and be in that hope and strength together.
I couldn't be higher right now.
Really
Yeah. I honestly, I think this is a bit of a reprieve for the police,
because, I mean, with the fire, somebody, I mean, how does that happen when they have control of the property? I think they've got some explaining to do.
We may never know really the truth
No,
of it.
for sure. And really, right now, probably doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Right.
They're just people. They don't want to be here.
They don't want to be here. They don't want to be here. It's the real bad guys are the nameless, faceless ghouls of the CFIA who don't have the courageousness to show up and defend their decisions to the people here.
Yeah, it would be nice actually if they came over.
Right.
Yeah.
Because we have to just give them love. So we can't have this continue. No more negativity. No more throwing the finger to them. Nothing.
No, they're just
Anyway,
human beings.
Everybody seems to be.
This is the outcome we were looking for.
Yeah. Well, it's just celebration here right now. Drea is tracking down some more details, and I'm about to, I guess, sign off, and I have to hop onto the Rebel News live stream over on YouTube. We'll be going live in about, let me check my watch here, 25 minutes. Really, there's not much happening except celebration and a real sense of relief. I think there's been a lot of anxiety, but also a lot of hope. As I said, I never, ever felt for a second that anybody here thought that all was lost, given there were arrests yesterday of Katie and Karen, and given that there was a fire in the early morning hours of today, and given that we saw the CFIA bringing in their hay bales to obscure the view of what would be the slaughter of the ostriches from the road. We knew that the lawyer for the farm was working as hard as he possibly could to get this stay, and looks like he was successful. Now, we don't know how long that means, but we do know that it means that at least the Ostrich Farm side will be presented in court one more time.
Yes. Okay. Oh, good. Okay. Well, tomorrow I'm working.
All right.
Oh, Friday. Well, I'm going again.
It's an odd time to be a Canadian. In 5 short years, a truck was a symbol of freedom. A horn honking was the sound of freedom. And now ostriches are the symbol of freedom.
Yeah, well, the people that bring in.
I feel relief for these police that they get to go do something a little bit more productive, because I can't imagine they signed up for the RCMP, went to depot, went to training to participate in ostrich extermination for no good reason except a CFIA vendetta against natural immunity.
So Friday.
All right, I'm going to close the stream now. I have to get ready for the Rebel News live stream over on YouTube. You can watch us over there. We are co-hosted with Viva Fry today, and my very best friend from Regina, Saskatchewan, Lisa Merle. And Drea is going to be gathering the news while I try to explain to the world over on YouTube what this last 24 hours on the Ostrich Farm has been like, because it has been, as they say in the news business, fluid, but just one wild event to another. If you want to support our journalism and our trip here, you can go to SaveTheOstriches.farm. There's a couple of different .com. There's a couple of different ways that you can get involved there. There's one click, send a message that you can do. You can donate to support our journalism also over there, and you can see all of our journalism from on the ground here at the Ostrich Farm and wherever we gather Ostrich Farm news. Oh, people are apologizing to the police. I was going to sign off, but it sounds like finally we're attempting to make peace with the police over here.
Well, and I saw you take the photos yesterday at the fence, like some really emotional moments. I think you have some one in front of the gate.
Yeah, they've been shared online. They've been online.
Great. All right, I think that's it. I'm going to sign off, but big, exciting win here from Universal Ostrich Farm, where 400 ostriches have just received a stay of execution from the Canadian Food Inspection Agency after being healthy from the avian flu for 254 days. Quick recap, these birds are used in research. They're not meat birds. They're not even cowboy boot birds. They are used in research for a number of diseases, including COVID-19 and now potentially avian flu. But because two birds, 254 days ago, died of avian flu, the CFIA has ordered an entire cull of the herd. Flock? I guess they're birds. Flock. And with it, if that were to occur, all the research potential here would be killed too. And, it's not just 400 ostrich lives. The work being done with antibodies here could save human lives. But according to the Canadian government, these birds should just be thrown on the pile of 9 million other birds culled in British Columbia because of the avian flu. You'd think that they would want to keep these birds alive so that they could potentially end the scourge of avian flu for all those other farmers, but CFIA claims to know best in their war on the entire concept of natural immunity. Okay, I'm going to sign off. Jubilation here at Universal Ostrich Farms. I'm Sheila Gunn Reid. Follow all of our work from Universal Ostrich Farm, where it's feathers up for justice. Go to savetheostriches.com. Thanks, guys.
Okay, Sheila.
Hey.
You got a little taste of the last second miracles that is a normal thing at Universal Ostrich Farms. What do you think?
It was strange. You know, as I said on the live stream, and I said on my live stream earlier when I was standing here as the news was breaking that the birds do have a stay of execution. Now they don't know how long that'll be. Maybe it'll be for a few days, could be up to a week. They're seeking leave for the Supreme Court to hear their case, and that'll be decided.
I did a whole video breaking it down with what the lawyers
go
said.
watch that. But they never ever once were stricken with despair here. Like there was not a moment where they didn't have hope. And I was starting to be pessimistic. I try not to be, but I thought, no, the stay was supposed to come in the day before, and it's not coming. And then it was just a chaotic 24 hours with Katie and her mom being arrested, and the hay bales coming in, so they were starting the process of setting up to do the cull, and then an early morning fire of those hay bales. And then again, me being the pessimist, I thought, okay, well, they're going to use that as an excuse to clear out the camp now, because it's clear the police cannot secure the property and keep everybody safe because there's a big fire now. And so I thought, okay, now they're going to go get a court order and clear everybody out, and then they'll be able to do this without the eyes of the world watching. And I should not have been a pessimist, because everybody here was so hopeful, so optimistic, and quite literally, I was sure they were going to start killing those birds today. And then we hear just a big celebration and people screaming that the steak came in. It just, the last 24 hours have been the craziest roller coaster. I'm still processing it, and I'm sure you guys are too.
It's like this all the time here. It really is. And Sheila pointed to something else that I think was a noteworthy mention. You talked about how also you thought they were going to clear out the protesters. But I think another last second win, and we don't know for sure, was them going up to the RCMP and saying, who's in charge here? You guys aren't keeping us safe. That fire took place right under your nose. It could have hurt the animals.
Could have
and
raged
we want
through
the
this
person.
way.
They flipped it. We want the person in charge here. You guys flew a drone over our birds, killed one of our birds. Now the place could have burnt down. We have haters. And hey, how's that investigation going on the 2 birds who have been shot 2 months apart from each other? So we don't know. That could have been another last second win for the supporters to still be here. But this is how it is. Let's put it this way. I don't even know how many times I've been here, but each time I've been here, it's because I think they're going to get culled. And the fact that I keep coming back and we keep going home.
This is a farm of second chances. Like it is even a second chance that when the flock was exposed to bird flu, that only 2 died.
No, okay, so 2, for the record, 69 died.
Sure.
They only tested 2. Yeah.
2.
But that's less than 15% of the flock, which is another way that the CFIA is superseding the World Health Organization's guidelines here.
They are able to test.
Yes, they are able to test.
They
And
just
none
won't.
of these birds have been tested, which is what the farmers have wanted the whole time. So this is how it is. Sheila, thank you so much for coming here. It was so helpful.
Okay, I'm glad. I didn't want to step on your toes.
No.
You own this story from beginning to end, but
no.
There's so much happening here.
Yes.
Like I was run off my feet. You were run off your feet. I don't remember when I ate last. I ate a bag of pork rinds yesterday, but it's just too busy.
Yeah,
And
she didn't. She ate pork rinds. Someone threw a sandwich at me, and I gobbled that down. And someone on the highway. I don't even know who these people are, but
and we have to be on high alert from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Like our senses are high because that's when the police can do work here.
What are you dirty bastards doing?
Oh well, you see, it just ever the CFIA back there.
They got one of those prod poles.
What are they doing?
Oh yeah, I know, but we gotta see what they're doing.
You saved another day.
Are we allowed over there yet? No. They're gonna try to do as much damage to our shit before they leave.
What's going on, Doug?
I think what they're doing is trying to get rid of our cameras and stuff and do as much damage before they leave.
My understanding is that they won't be leaving. Did something change?
I'm not sure of that at all. I'm not positive, but
I spoke to your lawyer,
Right.
and he said they still have jurisdiction.
Yeah.
This is an interim stay order, and he's trying to get the more longer stay order, the leave.
Yeah, and that's probably true because these guys don't have to pay their bills. We pay their bills.
Yeah.
And they'll hang out here. This is a good spot, and the coot needs to hang out.
Yeah, could be worse.
Oh yeah, they could be anywhere else, but that's where it is.
Yeah, and they don't want to waste a second of killing these birds. That's very clear by the fact that they're here in the first place, knowing the farm was taking this step.
Absolutely, and we have feed for these animals. They're not using our feed; they brought their own feed in. So we're trying to get a sample of this because they're not giving any feed samples up. So they could be tainted food. Look at him; he's taking a camera down over there.
Is that not illegal?
You should have a safety harness on. You're pretty high up.
You should be holding this ladder, Dad.
That's true.
Oh man, they're playing real dirty now. The story is not over, people. Keep checking back at SaveTheOstriches.com.
It's horrible.
Looks as though the CFIA is now removing the cameras that we have been streaming from as well. They want to shut you out about what is going on here. They're putting hay bales positioned exactly so that people from the road can't see very well, and now they're trying to do the cameras. But you know what? Rebel News was in the sky the other day.
Yeah,
we're creative. We're creative, okay? And we've got a lot of supporters who want this country to do well.
We're not going to let them do this in the darkness because they should be ashamed of what they're doing. That's why they don't want the world to see. That's why they blocked the road with the hay bales. That's why they're keeping people out. That's why they're screwing with those cameras right now with their faces covered. They want the world to not know who and what was done here because they're cowards, because they know what's wrong.
But the world really is watching. That's the slogan that Karen Esperson came up with before the world was watching. We were reporting on it. She was saying it, believing it, and now it's actually true. And I love this story. Sheila, I don't think you heard it yet, and I love telling the people of there was a supporter hearing. The saying of ostriches burying their head in the sand. These ostriches represent Canadians who have been burying their heads in the sand about the government overreach that has been so blatant. And now they're walking around with their heads up. Look at them. They're looking what's going on. They're paying attention. And everybody on both sides understands that healthy animals should live. They shouldn't be killed. So this is what is bringing Canadians to bring their head out of the sand and pay attention to the government overreach and start asking the important question of why.
Yes. I have my keys in my hand because I'm about to start the 12 or 13-hour journey back home. I'll get home in the middle of the night, but I need to check on my family, switch trailers, get a bigger one, and then I need to be prepared in case something does happen.
Welcome to my life. You never know when you're going to be back, but thank you so
Drea,
much.
thank you. Thank you for letting me help you. Yeah. I did, like I said, I don't want to step on your toes, but this is
great. And we have major technical issues here.
Sure did, but I'm going to go home and I'm going to do my best to fix it.
Yes. Well, thank you, Sheila.
Thank you, Drea. Love you too. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for cheering for Drea and sharing her work. She's done such great work here. She is a rock star, by the way.
I'm an ostrich at this point.
She is a little bit. When she's walking through, she can't get 10 feet, and someone is. Let me say it. People want to take her picture. They're thanking her for just simply being here and telling the other side of the story, which I believe is the truth at this point. So thank you guys for supporting Drea's work. You can see all of it at SaveTheOstriches.com. I'm going to go hook to my trailer and see if I can make it home before 3 a.m.
Sounds good.
Bye, Drea.
Okay,
Bye, Drea. Love you. Bye.
Okay, we'll talk soon.
Bye, guys.
And just so you know, I plan to, of course, interview the farmers with kind of a recap. We haven't even had a chance to interview them about the arrest. I talked to them at like 1 a.m. about it, and of course they were tired. So there's going to be a catch-all interview to come where we sit down and we try and digest everything that's happened, in a chronological order. But in the meantime, there's a plethora of reports on this. If you just heard that Canada is killing ostriches, that Canada even had ostriches in the first place, and for some reason they're killing them even though they're healthy. There are many reports at our special website called SaveTheOstriches.com. I've been covering this since late last year. So if you go to that page, there's the option to donate to cover our many expenses, and then there is all of the reports as you scroll to the bottom. And I say many expenses because you should know this has been a rebel team operation. We've had our producer live streaming, paying attention to what's happening, so you could see on YouTube as well as on SaveTheOstriches.com what was actually happening in the pens. Now, of course, they're attacking that, even though it is the farmer's property. And we've also had our Australia team, whilst we're trying to catch 3 hours of sleep if we're lucky, taking it over and making sure everything's okay. Our live streams back in the office have been focused on this issue, because at the core, there's everything at the core here. There's obviously farmer rights here. There's property rights here. When you have farming rights, you have to be concerned about food rights here. But what are the odds that Big Pharma is wrapped up into this? What are the odds that in a single rural farm, somehow all of these key issues that have been connected to great overreach are being played out here? And if you don't know what I mean, well, Canada, like many countries, shut down the entire economy. They shut down freedom of religion. They shut down freedom of mobility. They shut down every constitutional right we thought as Canadians we actually had in the name of COVID-19. And now they're going to shut down a flock that is used not for human consumption, that is healthy for 253 days, but their eggs are part of groundbreaking therapeutic research to learn how to fight COVID effectively, unlike those vaccines. So that makes no sense. There is a lot being exposed here. The Canadians, like ostriches, are bringing their heads out of the sand on this issue, and that's why the world is starting to watch. That's why the farmers have been consistently saying, come here to 301 Langdale Road, come look at these birds in the eyes, so you know that all of the lies you're hearing. Did you know the head veterinary for the CFIA claimed within the last 2 weeks that based on the 2 PCR tests that they took late December, or mid-December, on 2 dead carcasses, they have now, upon further review, determined that these birds here have some mutant type avian flu, meaning it's like more easy to spread to others. They're literally putting that out right now when their CFIA agents showed up here without wearing PPE on day one. They went past the yellow barrier here looking like all of the supporters. The cops are like leaning on the fence. No one is actually believing anything they say, yet look how hell-bent they are on slaughtering this flock, slaughtering the science with them. And Canadians are saying no. They're working like a real oiled machine to find ways to tell the companies involved. I mean, they're even talking about the police officers' porta potty out there. They're trying to figure out whose porta potty is, and they're saying, we pay for these porta potties. We don't want them over here. Do you know what your porta potties are doing? It was kind of funny because one of them was talking to the cop. Even the cop was laughing over that one. But my point is, they're not going to give up. And if for some reason the miracles stop and they kill this flock, I believe this farm will continue to relentlessly expose what this federal agency that takes our tax dollars to go at war with farmers who just want to take care of their animals and help bring something beautiful, a big opportunity to the country. I believe they won't let that fight go. I think the CFIA might have a bigger problem on their hands as they continue to expose and push to change for better policy. So much more to come at our special website called SaveTheOstriches.com. Again, that's where you can donate. That's where you can find out the history of this. That's where you can take action in one click, where I have pre-written an email for you. I should update it. I will. That you can send to all the people who have power to do something, to say no here. So officials with the CFIA, the agricultural minister, you can change what I've written there to what you want, but please, this is attached to Rebel, so you have to be respectful, absolutely, when you do that. And that's also where you'll see more reports. Because we were unable to get a lot of the stuff that we recorded here, you're going to see stuff that nobody was capturing. There was so much going on at once. You didn't even really get to see the blockades that were up, the barriers that the police faced when they first came here. So lots of interesting stuff to come. And I need to investigate some things too. I need to investigate more about the companies and the statements they said. So even though I will be going home to my loved ones, I will still be working on this to be your eyes and ears about what's going down. Drea Humphrey for Rebel News, SaveTheOstriches.com. I don't know how to do lives very good. I'm getting better, guys.